Hello, and welcome to Return to Eberron, Cult of the Godseed, and our final climactic session. My name is Matt Nahat, and I am your DM for today. I have with me some good friends of mine from overseas who are playing in this game, and they're playing some wonderful characters. As we go into a fairly crazy session here, something that I've never done as a GM before in a D&D game, and it's going to be a little different. So hopefully it's entertaining, but more importantly, hopefully my players don't kill me after this session with everything that's going on. So let's introduce them. We'll go to Lana, Don, Corey, and Bones, or Mary, Stephen, Corey, and Bones, followed by Chris as she's just sorting some things. So go ahead, guys, introduce yourselves, introduce your characters, and maybe just give us a sentence about the item that you chose to have Isdelth, the ghost giant, make for you as what happened at the end of last session for us, so that our watchers, if we have any, know what we chose. So go ahead, guys.
Okey. Ah, goodness. Ready for it. Anyways, hi, I'm Mary Chris, and I am playing Lontanay, human rogue. And, yeah, Isdelf made her an amulet of command iron statue. And so she's basically going to be able to have this nice buddy to help harass things, enemies particularly, so she can get all that sneak attack damage and maybe even some health, which would be way awesome, especially considering this big person awesome battle. And yeah, mindset for Lana is she's certainly scared out of her mind. she's not she's never really been the one to go into a fight necessarily, but at the same time, she's looking forward to being able to go home because this is it. This is the moment. This is the deciding factor. She either wins or lose, and if she loses, she's dead. So she can't really help that. And hopefully, she'll end up winning. She goes to your family again.
Sounds good. Thank you. Stephen.
You're kind of quiet, Lana, to warn you. I will be playing the role of Dawn, druid and newly forged champion of the elemental plane of fire. He's excited. He's always had that wanderlust, that search for adventure, and we're about to culminate the ultimate adventure, a showdown of not just wills and individuals, but of whole planes and entire entire forces of basically nature and man. He may die. Everyone may die. Everyone may live and be happily ever after. Either way, this has got Don's blood boiling with excitement.
What item did Don choose?
Right. Thank you for the reminder. Dawn received, let me pull it up real quick here, an amulet of greater fire elemental summoning. This innocuous silver medallion with the fiery after image imprinted in the center of an onyx stone allows him to expedite the process instead of requiring an hour of intense concentration and magical productivity. He can instead withdraw fiery essence from the elemental plane in a single round of actions, and it additionally infuses that fiery spirit with additional strength, both in making it more durable and increasing the already considerable temperature that such an elemental can produce.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And Corey.
Hey guys, this is Corey, and I will be playing Sierra Phoenix, sister of deceased Silas Phoenix, for this final session here. Very excited also to see the culmination of such a long time of playing, and should be very interesting. I have an item that is the essence of Silas, from what it kind of seems. Gives her a little boon to some of the things she can do, and has the essence of the White Phoenix imbued into it. So we'll see how that comes into play.
Yes, we will. And then Bones.
Yes, I am Bones. I will be playing Bastion, the clockwork warforged who has been seeking redemption. In the past battle, he has heard the voice of the gods recognizing his efforts to seek redemption. And he is a little bit doubtful of his own abilities, with the gods critiquing his lack of healing on his allies. But he's grinning and bearing it and going forward with what he knows. And as things come to a close, he's seeking his death in
Ooh.
glorious battle.
All right. We'll see if. Go ahead.
We'll see what
Wait,
happens. But he also had a hammer forged for him. Its name is Stormhammer or Kleinendord. And it is blue and gold, crackling with thunder, and has an image of a dwarf with a beard on its side.
Nice. Very cool. And finally, we have Chris.
Yeah, I am Chris. I am playing Felice, a student of archaeology at Moorgrave University. She never expected that their journey would quite go this way. And she has had forged for her an ancient Valinar double scimitar that she's actually carrying as a pair of as individual swords, and they should give her a couple interesting advantages as needed, and she's just got some nervous energy going into the next phase of this adventure.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. So real quick, I want to just summarize a meeting that your characters have very recently had with the Androngini. Initially, we met the Androngini quite some time ago, and we found out from her that we would need to gather the 4 legendary weapons, the Destiny Arms, and bring them to her so that she may discover, use them to discover the location of a portal being created by, or opened by Lady Vol, a half-dragon lich who has basically been the proponent of all of the bad stuff that we've experienced so far. So we did gather these 4 legendary Destiny Arms, and we brought them back to the Androngini, who used them to ascertain the location of this portal. And the initial plan was, once the items were brought to the Androngini, that she would devour them so that Lady Vol would never be able to use them. When she uses them to ascertain the location of the portal, she discovers that the location of the portal is the Ring of Storms, which I am pinging now. The Ring of Storms is a place inaccessible to us, and she has a moment of not quite despair, but a little bit of being set back a little bit. And she says that the only way for us to be able to gain access to the Ring of Storms in order to stop the portal being opened is to take with us the Destiny Arms and to use them once more to gain access to the Ring of Storms. She's a bit nervous about that, but there's not much that she can do about it. That's the only way that we can actually gain access. She details what her plans are. She says to us that she has a couple of preparations that she needs to undertake, and that she will meet us at the Ring of Storms as soon as she possibly can. Our characters will not know that, when she's going to arrive, but hopefully she arrives in time. And her plan is to swallow the entire portal and basically have it destroyed in her transmuting gullet, which is a pretty big deal. It would mean that Lady Vol's plan would fall through, and she would not be able to accomplish what she set out to accomplish. And pretty much that's the only way that the Androgyny knows to destroy the portal, is for her to swallow it. And she says that, once she has done this, that she will have to go into effectively hibernation, for want of a better word, to recover from that. It will be a moment of great sacrifice, and the world is going to be without her guardianship for quite some time with her doing this. But she says, again, that she knows of no other way. She then sends us off with the Destiny Arms to head to the Ring of Storms. She says that it is an ancient location and she gives us a little bit of details. She says there is a sunken valley surrounded by a ring of cliffs and mountains, and the whole region is covered in an unending hurricane whose gale-force winds and frequent lightning strikes are a mere warning to adventurers, explorers, and travelers alike that far worse awaits them inside the Ring of Storms. She says once inside you will meet various dangers, and she knows not of how crazy it's going to be, but she says that she believes that Lady Vol is waiting for us. Or at least knows that maybe there are those out to gain the Destiny Arms. She does not know if Lady Vol knows that we have all of the Destiny Arms. She also will say that 40,000 years ago, a massive Sybaris dragon shard fell from the sky, smashing into the Calibran's fortress city, creating the Ring of Storms as we know it today. So it was created by basically a massive meteorite, and it is what destroyed the Calibran. Alright, if you have any questions really quick for the Androgyny before we flip over to the Ring of Storms and get the action underway, feel free to ask now.
I think Lana has one.
Will we have the element of surprise? So...
It was answered. Like, you don't have to, because you already said it.
She doesn't know directly that we are on our way. So the fact that we appear is not going to be like, oh, I was expecting you this entire time. But she's half expecting that. She knows that someone's been gathering the Destiny Arms. She doesn't know that that has been completed.
Yeah, it's all good.
So we can have the element of surprise. However, the Androgyny would also say that as soon as we use the Destiny Arms to gain access to the Ring of Storms, that will probably highlight the fact that we are there more keenly than perhaps we would have liked if we wanted to stealth in. She said that that's unlikely.
Alright. Thank you.
Welcome. She says that if you did want to take a stealthy approach, even after you use the Destiny Arms, she can bestow upon you a scale of her flesh. And if you cover your face with the scale, upon entering the area, that you will turn invisible and have the Pass Without a Trace spell cast on you for free, consuming the scale and allowing you to move stealthily.
Oh, snap. Just one scale up in front of the face?
Correct.
Oh, snap. I'll be like, can we?
And it will be, yeah, so. But it will be just the normal invisibility, so as soon as you take action, it will wear off.
That sounds like a very handy
Alana
thing
keeps
to
that close
do.
to her heart.
She says, yeah, you will not be detectable. However, she will know that someone's entered the field, right? So she won't necessarily know exactly where you are. Whereas if you didn't have it, then you should be able to probably track you, okay? Beyond that, I think that's about all that the Androgyny can give us on our way. So let me flip over to the next screen here. Did anyone else have any other questions while I'm doing this?
I don't want to be nitpicky, but I'm worried that the damage was calculated wrong one way or the other on the Storm Hammer. It's 2d6 plus 2d6.
Yep.
Somewhere in there I should have a 1d8 for my class ability.
For your class ability.
Yes, I deal an extra 1d8 thunder damage on attack due to my Divine Strike.
Okay, and that's always in effect?
Yes.
I did not cater that in. Let me grab that. I'm just going to jump in here real quick.
Okay. I can just add a 1d8. That's easy for me to do.
That's fine. Plus 1d8. Plus 8. Alright, that should be sorted now. If you go back into your sheet, those changes should be there. Sorry about that.
Alright, no big deal. It's kind of weird to do it as that I have it, but it just saves time.
Sure, I understand. Okay, so, yep, changing screens. Okay, so for those that might be watching, I do not have a battle map I think it's probably the first time in this series that I've not had a battle map. The reason why I do not have a battle map is because this area is multiple miles wide, and it's almost impossible to do. So what instead I've done is put in some pictures of inspiration. A ring of storms, both from the top and from the side. And for my players' convenience, I've also listed some of the potential enemies that we might be facing in our battle here. You have all of your tokens below all of that. Hopefully, we're able to use them. Just roll initiative and all that sort of stuff. So let's narrate this first this entry into the Ring of Storms, and then we can go ahead and roll initiative and such. So approaching the Ring of Storms is effectively a climb up into a mountainous area, and it's not easy going because storms are raging all around the area, and lightning strikes several times very close to us on our way. I am not going to damage us in that fashion. I just want to narrate that that's what happens. Upon reaching a certain location, you come across an impenetrable barrier that you just can't seem to push through. When you present the 4 destiny arms and hold them aloft, the impenetrable barrier peels back and allows you entrance. Having entered into the ring, you look effectively into a crater, into a valley. And as I said, the valley is many miles wide, but less than 5 miles wide. And there are hordes upon hordes of enemies. You see packs of all different types of drow, Yuan-Ti, undead. You see banners of the Emerald Claw. You see creatures that you've never seen before or potentially imagined. You see horrors that are living nightmares on this battlefield. They're all in different locations around this area, and exactly where they are, I have not effectively determined because we can narrate that ourselves. In addition to that, as far as terrain, we are looking down into a crater. We do see in the very middle center of the crater, there is a very large altar. It is probably about 100 feet square, and there is a bowl within that altar of blood that has filled up over time. Hanging in the air about 30 feet up into the air, and then a distance of 70 feet tall and 70 feet wide are a series of spinning rings that are currently held aloft by magic or something. There's certainly no structures holding them, but they are aloft in the air, 30 feet in the air, and they are spinning currently. Sort of holding her hand up towards the spinning rings, you see a figure of Lady Vol, and the only picture I could find was one from Dungeons & Dragons Online, so thank you to them. this is their depiction of Lady Vol. She is a half-dragon lich, and she is holding her glowing magical hand towards these spinning rings, and she is wearing a skulled crown upon her head. So that is her. With her, Sierra will recognize this figure, Savelis de Thorani, who is aged quite a lot, but he is still an elf, and he has with him an undead mind flayer. They are they are there. They are the combatants that our players will be engaging. As far as everything else, just so that people at home know what's happening, I've already informed my players of this, and we've already discussed a whole bunch of things. The rest of the battle will be narrated by us, and will be going on in the background while we engage these protagonists. As far as everything else that you see, in this area, this less than 5 mile radius, diameter area, there are multiple levels. It's kind of like a if you've seen pictures of mining, where there's multiple levels and they're all like evened out to allow passage of vehicles down the multiple levels of mine. That's kind of what these levels of this crater are, except the width of each of the levels is significantly greater than that of a mine. And I'm talking along the lines of between 100 feet to 200 feet wide for each of the levels of the leveled out areas. Some of them have buildings upon them, some of them have just pillars and ruins, some of them have camps, some of them are just groups of troops that are gathering together, and they all seem to be gathering in force as part of our arrival, we would have also seen troops of allied combatants ascending the mountain and gaining access to this area as well. And they're people and groups of people that we have met or just have heard about over the last few years of our character's existence, both native to Zendrick and to the wider nations of Corvair. And, basically you name it, they're here. And it seems to be that a grand war, a grand battle on this huge, slightly less than 5 mile scale battlefield is about to be underway. For those of you that want to stealth at this early stage, you may, and that is fine. You don't need to roll anything for that because of the Androgyny's gift. You are hidden for now. For everybody, could we please... let me just ask, are there any questions before we roll initiative? And the roll of initiative is for the entire battle. So, and I'm going to start rolling here while I field that question. I don't need that one.
I have no questions. I'm good to go.
Thank you. So I don't need that one, and no, need this one though. All of
Yeah, I can't use Sierra's token.
You cannot use Sierra's token. Let me fix that for you.
Okay.
All of the fun things when we are sorting things out. Advanced. Control by. Has that changed anything?
Yes, sir. I'm good to go. Thank you.
You're welcome. Apparently there was 2 Sierra Phoenixes.
May I have 3 actually? Because I think we might need them.
No. Funnily enough, no. Sure. And then I just quickly need to roll initiative for this guy, and he has +1. 14. Okay. Add turn 14. Now, has everyone rolled? What have we got?
My
We've
bad,
got
I haven't rolled yet.
Sierra, Lana, Svelis, Felice, Dawn, Bastian. Thank you, guys. I also want to, if I go to this view, I want to add what can I do? Actually, I might put this on the token layer. Tokens. And yes, I can add the turn for that. Lovely. And then I should be able to descend those. Okay. So at initiative 20, we have the effectively, it's kind of a lair, but it's just the environment, okay? So that is that there. The environment gets to go first. And as you are standing at the top of this crater, actually, you can be wherever if you're stealthing. We will narrate that in a minute, actually. So, real quick, before we go too crazy, because I don't want it to take forever to get us down to this fight, you tell me, how would we approach this battle? It's a little bit unrealistic in the fact that they are kind of at the center of everything and you guys are not currently, and there's hordes of enemies. However, you have all of these allies pouring in, and it's kind of like that scene where the heroes manage to cut their way to the center of the battle, or sneak their way to the center of the battle. Are we okay to just presume that that's what's taking place here? What I might actually do in this first round, I'll actually go to you each, and I'll get you, please, to narrate a snapshot of this ensuing battle as it begins, as our characters make our way to the center of it. So, Don, you have the first turn. And we're saying that this is maybe a few minutes of time that like you are effectively narrating, and what you narrate is just like a part of the scene that we see as your characters get into the throng of the battle. So, could you narrate that for us? And we'll do the same for each player. You can narrate a part of this scene as our characters make our way down into the throng of the battle.
So who am I narrating for? Just my own character?
So I guess what you're doing is you're picking something that maybe your character notices or goes through on his way down into the battle, and maybe a conflict that happens around you.
Is this also a moment where we can utilize the people, the NPCs that we are narrating?
Correct, you may.
All right. Don crests the hill. His no longer spicy picante. We now have Ghost.
Ooh.
Ghost habanero, that is. Or is it habanero? Ghost pepper. Ghost pepper. Complete with night vision goggles.
Nice.
Larger, more elderly, older brother of spicy picante has been pulled forth from the elemental plane of fire to assist Dawn for this most important task. But anyway, as he crests the hill, his summoned friend and the rest of the party in tow, looking down into the crater, it's like a chaotic, swirling mass of soup with these impossible combinations of creatures. Not individual creatures being impossible, but the wide variety that you would only typically expect to see in a market or some kind of massive city. A seething mass of squid heads alongside lizard men and toads, and it goes on and on.
Excellent. All right, and Don pushes his way through this. Is Don using the powers of nature to get him through? Maybe just give us a glimpse as to how Don makes his way through these massing throngs to make his way into the center of the battle.
All right. Since luck would have it, we have the scales from the I can't think of the name of the creature.
The Androgyny, yes.
Thank you, the Androgyny scale. Sneaking like a thief in the night, Dawn steps and sidesteps through the battlefield, his affinity with nature guiding his footsteps around the clutter of enemies, plants, branches like.
Very nice. Thank you. Lana, you've said in chat that you're stealthing, so give us a snapshot of a part of the battle that's going on as you are sneaking in, something that Lana notices as she's making her way through, and if she might have a small issue or not as she stealths her way to the center of this battle. Go ahead.
I should unmute myself first.
Correct.
All right. So, the scene as I am seeing it, Dawn is treading off, and a general sense of, I believe he's over in that direction, because I imagine with how you describe the scales, we cannot see each other anymore, right?
It's a bit chaotic, yes, but you know... You've communicated with each other that you need to get to the center of this battle to take out the key protagonists.
Cool.
Don's probably
So-
not half as stealthy as he thinks, seeing as he's radiating heat.
She takes comfort in that as she goes, sweet, I'm not the first one to start going, and she will stealth right there along, following him, and her head is just trying to find, like, she's looking at these enemies all just waiting. They may not know that they're there, but there's so many of them. It's like, where's a clear path? And she's just trying to survey, and in the hopes that they can navigate without drawing attention to themselves. And as this is happening, there is a faint screech from above, and as he goes to peek, there are high above these baddest-shaped creatures starting to soar over, and they are carrying large rocks in the attempts to start raining, maybe. But we'll see.
All right. That's fine. Awesome. Thank you. So that was Lana. Bastian, I'm just checking on your question now. So we would be cured of all diseases and poisons. We become immune to poison and being frightened, and we would make all wisdom saving throws with advantage and increase our hit point maximums. Yeah, all right. Let me roll.
Alright,
Let me roll the 2d10, and if you like, as part of your description here of making your way down, oops, it's not the right amount here. Maybe tell us a little bit about about that feast, if you like. Just a very brief thing, because we didn't really narrate it before. So maybe he remembers the night before, or this morning, or whenever you want to do that, with a brief description of the layout, if you would like, as he makes his way into the center of the battle. Go ahead.
So I imagine the feast the night beforehand would have had frothy beer, wines, pretzel rolls, homemade bread, slow roasted pork, all sorts of meals that are thick and hearty and good, and everything that a dwarf would want. And it would have been a moment for us to have some recovery from our recent comrade's death, where we could enjoy a moment of peace and happiness before the end. And in it, Bastion's uncharacteristically talkative, telling the group about his people, Clan Ursel, dwarfs in the north who worship ancestors, but not just ancestors, but bears as well. And he says that there's a few that could maybe not rival, but could compare their abilities with Dawn's.
Cool.
But that was then and this is now. And now Bastion is summoning a battalion of dwarfs, glowing gold, as he casts Spirit Guardians. And he simply plows his way through the cannon fodder. Dwarfs slamming their hammers down and busting skulls as the monsters charge. And Bastion in the center of it all, swinging his great blue and golden hammer.
Nice. Sounds good. You make your way to the center of the battle. Next we have Felice. Felice, you are currently at the top of this canyon looking down. You all of this is kind of all happening at once, so it's not like one after each other you go down. We're doing this kind of as a plowing into this battle kind of thing. How is Felice entering into this? What do you notice? Give us a snapshot of this scene as you make your way into the thick.
So Felice, heart pounding, follows actually on the heels of Dawn and Lana. And as she makes her way down, she keeps her eyes open for a group that she might easily be able to slip behind, so that she can position herself in the way she wants. And as she sees all these, groups of warriors entering the battle and coming together, she has this moment of just utter shock at the sheer chaos of it all. But she sees a group of mounted warriors on horseback who are charging down in, at the front of another group behind them. And so she slips behind and uses their momentum to make her way into the center of the battle, and to position herself behind her first victim.
Her first victim. Lovely. All right, so that's going on. Thank you for that. Doing well, guys. During this, I'll just quickly narrate that the hordes of allied forces are pouring in to this canyon, spreading out. There are bands of elves on horseback with glaives and lances, trying to get around to the flanks of the enemy and make their way down into the flanks. We have goblin we have goblin forces, basically with any weapons that they have been able to amass, making their way into the thick of the battle with the mooks of the enemy, charging in. Orcs are with them. We have some stalwart dwarves that are burrowed up from underground. They've got a mole machine that spirals out of the ground. And just allies upon allies, more and more pour into this crater in all of these different ways. An airship sort of flies over, and you see groups of men rappelling down on ropes down into the thick of the battle. There's just so much going on, and during all of this time, the enemy is just both spellcasters and horrid creatures. They're fighting in their own ways. They're defending the crater, and you can't even possibly sort of take in how much is going on. There's so much going on. All of these enemies and allies pouring into each other, blood and guts going everywhere. And that brings us to Sierra, who is seeing a real war for the first time. How do you make your way into the thick of this battle? And what do you notice as a snapshot of the scene as you make your way down?
All right, so Sierra follows in behind the group of four, but rather reluctantly. She is fully geared, thanks to the to the group, has the new amulet in which was bestowed to her, and she looks into herself some as she strides towards, using her abilities as she goes, and then through the battle, for the first time, sees the man, if you can call him that oppressed her for so long, standing there in front of him. At a distance still. But he's there, hiding behind the mind flayer that she knows so well as well. As he always does. And she thinks to her family, her real family, not him. Not the person that cursed her with his dragon mark that she doesn't even want. Not the man that treated her as if she was his servant when it's really his daughter. Somebody that he should love. Somebody that he should have been teaching the correct ways of going about using the abilities in which she inherently got from him. And she holds on to one of the two amulets that she's wearing.
Mm-hmm.
She has one that she's had since as long as she can remember her mother giving it to her.
Yep.
Probably 6-7 years ago, and it was an amulet of non-detection. And she's looking towards her father and just holding on to it, hoping that he doesn't know that.
All right. Well, we'll see. As you each make your way down into this battlefield in your own way, a freezing fog lifts off the ground and pours into the canyon, covering everything in a thick, heavily obscured blanket. I need everybody, please, to make me a Constitution saving throw, please. Wow.
Yeah, go Lana.
I know, right? I'm like, this is a good way to start off. Totally.
All right. For everybody except for Felice, you take half damage, which will be 6. This is cold damage. For Felice, you take 13 cold damage as this fog lifts from the ground and chills you to the very bone. The area...
Dawn has resistance to cold damage. That would be a quarter damage then?
Correct. Half again, yeah. Yes, this area is now heavily obscured, as just this thick fog rises from the ground. You can still make out the spinning rings in the center of the area because they rise significantly higher than the level of the fog itself. And as you watch, you see lightning streaming down and connecting with the rings, not harming them, but powering them. That is the environment turn. Don, it is your actual turn now. I'm narrating that you are near enough to the combatants that you can now act how you would like. You don't have to be right up in their grill. That is up to you, how close you are. But you can be as close as you would like to be at this point. So go ahead with your action. Or with your turn, rather.
All right, one moment. Just checking the distance that I want to be.
Should probably pull up.
Probably. Yeah, he'll move up until he's within about 30-ish feet.
Yeah.
Let's say.
Doesn't have to be exact. Sure.
And could you remind me of the name of Lady Vol's companion?
The man?
Yeah. Do we know his name? I think we do, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give it to you. His name is Sylvelis de Thorani. He is a dragon-marked elf, necromancer of the Shadow Marches, and he is Silas.
Right, he was that guy that was experimenting on the Mind Flayer.
Correct, and he has succeeded, and he is Silas and Sierra's father.
And you say that Stelvelis?
Sovelis.
Sarvelis. Thank you. I kind of knew it, but I wasn't super... Anyway, sorry, I'm using up time. Moving up to that point, Don will kind of say half to himself, like, let's do something about this cold. And then he'll cast and call out, Stavelis, I'll kill you last. And he'll tear a hole between this plane and the elemental fire plane with a sheet of pure elemental flame ringing up and around the three of them, Stavelis, Lady Vol, and the undead mind flayer next to them. Pretty much just immediately incinerating all of the underlings that were around them as well in one swoop as well. They're completely obscured from view, and you can see the heat radiating off of this sphere of pure elemental flame.
Cool. So, sorry. As far as did you say it was going to be like a ring of flame or a line of flame? Apologies.
This is going to be a ring with the heat focused towards the inside.
Right, and
so they don't take damage now because they're not on the wall, but they'll take damage if they're still within it at the end of the turn or if they move through it.
All right, and who are you hoping to capture inside of the ring?
Yeah, actually, let me correct that. Lady Vol can fly, so I set the wall so that she's right on the wall, so she'll take damage right away.
All right.
But then I also want the Mind Flayer and Stavelis to be inside.
Yeah, they can all be inside. You can certainly... So she needs to make...
It's basically encircling the core of this central area that they're gathered around.
All right, as long as you realize that you're not going to completely encirculate the entire altar...
Realize what?
You can't, encircle the whole altar or the whole ring.
Yeah, I'm just trying to encircle them. Specifically. I'm expecting them to leave it in fairly short notice.
Absolutely. So I will make a dex save for her at this point. Dex. So she has a 16. She failed. She takes 11 fire damage. Let me check her sheet here real quick. Just to make sure there's no shenanigans going on. No, she does take that damage. Alright. And she is here. 11. So what I might do is I might grab all of these tokens here and just pull them further up so that I can get easier access to them. Alright, so the wall of fire is up. She's taken that damage. And was that the end of your turn?
That's it for what Don's doing. He's going to direct Ghost Pepper now.
Okay.
So the plan is he's going to direct Ghost Pepper to go inside the ring and attack uh, the mind flare
All right.
and move into the mind, and as well as move into the mind flare space. I've made the 3 attack rolls already.
Okay. Thank you for that. So, and the mind flare has a 15 armor class. You got a 20, a 14, and a 27, so 2 of those will hit. Dealing 29 total damage. Very nice.
And here are the 2 rolls: the one for moving into the space, and the other one for hitting with an attack.
So he just takes those as well,
Or hold on. Okay, so it takes. Sorry, I should just do one of those. I'll do.
the first one's fine.
Yeah, just keep the first one. The other one, he's just ignited. He'll start taking those rolls at the start.
At the start of his turn. Yeah, got it. All right. And real quick, a quick scene of something that's actually we'll do this round without it. Let's do this round as ourselves. And then next round we'll start to narrate the ongoing battle again, just because I don't want to detract too much from what's going on for us either. So we're going to strike a bit of a balance here. We're going to just play it by ear a little bit and do what feels good. So Lana, over to you.
As a note to the other players, the wall of fire is opaque, so and if you move through it, you will take damage.
Right.
And ignore the 3. That was a stupid roll. All right. Yeah. So this is chaos. Lana, I'm sure, is very much impressed by the fire, and now she can't see the enemies. And with that, and the few rocks that have fallen from the sky, she is going to utilize her action to coat her dagger in poison and hope that she's ready to stabby stab as soon as people start coming out.
All right.
She's getting close to dawn too, so that way, and so she can maintain her stealth.
Perfect. All right, so that's all you wanted to do at this stage. That's fine. Bastian.
All right. So they're clustered together inside the ring of fire, correct?
At this stage, yes, they are.
All right. So Bastion will stomp his feet and slam his hammer on the ground as he casts a channel divinity shatter on them. Are they holding any weapons of note or any items of note?
Okay.
So you're unable to see them right now.
I'm unable to see them. Dang it.
Yeah, the wall is opaque, so they are not visible currently. I would recommend holding an action if you need to target them, or you can just, if you can do non-targeted things, those will still work too.
Okay, I can still just do it in their general area. I thought opaque was see-through, so
Nope, opaque is
English lessons.
That's what we're here for.
No worries, Josh. This was me last night when Steve and I were talking. I was like, wait, oh.
So in the general area, and like yeah, that's fine. So they each need to make that con save. The Mind Flare is the only one I don't have an actual sheet for. He totally fails that. Lady Vol gets a 19, and Sylvelis gets an 11. So Savelis and his Mind Flayer fail. Lady Vol succeeds. So the two take 48 each. Let's see. 1 second here. Their Mind Flayer. He actually, I'll get him to roll again because he has resistance to spells. Actually, he'll only take half. And does Savelis have resistance? That's an interesting question. I will find out for us. Let's see. He does have magic resistance as well. So I will... and he did get a 25 on his second one, so 24. And she also... And this is... Channel Divinity Shatter. It's thunder damage. Does she have anything fancy for thunder damage? All of the things I have to look at. No, she does not. So she will take 24. Okay, Shatter has gone off. They've all taken damage, but they've all taken half because of their resistance to magic saves.
Fair enough.
Anything else that you would like to do?
Bastion positions himself where he will try to circle around the opaque ring of fire and be a distance away from dogs for when they come out. He doesn't want to line himself up for an AoE attack.
Alright, so you're separating yourself from the rest of the group sort of thing so that, yeah, we don't get AoE'd upon. Probably a good plan.
Yep.
Felice, it's your action, or your turn.
Okay.
So again, you cannot
Alright.
see them at this stage.
Right. So Felice is also going to, I guess she's going to hold her action. She's going to be ready to strike with her swords when someone appears from inside that circle, but knowing that that's where their primary targets, she doesn't want to give herself away until they appear.
Okay. So she's keeping stealthed effectively. That's fine. And like you don't want to prepare an action or anything at this stage, just stay stealthy.
Yeah, she's just gonna stay stealthy. She'll be going in with her swords, so.
All right. On his turn, the Mind Flayer will do some stuff. All right. Let's see.
It takes the damage. I'll roll for it.
So yeah, because it's facing in. Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, there's that too. So this damage is from Ghost Peppers igniting it.
And it's also, what is it, another dex save for the fire?
So the firewall, it depends. If he stays within the firewall, he'll take damage, like if he ends his turn there, or if he moves through the wall.
All right.
The external edge of it, basically.
Okay. All right. Very good. So I just have to look up spells. Does your elemental count as a targetable creature for Dominate Monster? I think it does.
Probably. Let me look.
I'm pretty sure an elemental is mindless.
can it be charmed? Just check if it's got that resistance for me. Or...
I'm not seeing any mention of charm in its descriptor.
Alright. So...
It's immune to exhaustion, grapple, paralyzed, petrified, poison, prone, restrained, and unconscious. But it does have a wisdom and intelligence score.
Right. Yeah, it still gets a save.
Ah.
Well, more of the undead that are immune to mind control also have zeros in those stats.
Right.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Could you make me a wisdom saving throw on him, please? And the DC is 18. So, he is... Ghost Pepper will... so, what it says here... Telepathic link. Two of you on the same plane. Can use the link to issue commands while you are conscious. No action required, which it does its best to obey. You can specify a simple or general course of action. If the creature completes the order and doesn't receive further direction from you, it defends and preserves itself to the best of its ability. You can use the action to take total and precise control of the target. Only takes actions you choose if I do so. At this stage, I am commanding it to go and... so I can't command it as an action just yet. I can do that in the next round. But for now, its general course of action as a no action thing is go and attack the guy that summoned you. Which it will do until it saves. Each time the target takes damage, it makes a new wisdom saving throw against this spell. So currently, your elemental is under his control. And that is his turn. Savelis. Savelis... now, Wall of Fire is a 5th level spell, correct?
That is correct. Or actually, I cast it as 4th.
4th level spell?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to make an ability check using my spellcasting ability to try and dispel magic on your Wall of Fire. Savelis, and we're using Wisdom. It's not a save. Huh.
If I remember correctly, it's either it automatically succeeds if you cast a spell magic at the same level as the spell. Otherwise, it's a roll versus the DC of the spell, or something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a DC 17.
So he just barely dispels it. So yeah, you hear him speak. He says, "Fire, be gone." He spreads out his hands. You can't see, but the fire will dissipate and be replaced by fog. That is his turn. Sierra, it's your turn. Fire is gone. It is still heavily obscured because of the fog. You're up.
Okay. Sierra is going to see all the things that happened, and she has been hiding behind a dead body or something like that that has been in the way. Sees the actions that happened and is going to sorry about that. Going to cast charm monster on the
Yep.
the fire elemental herself.
Oh.
Um,
All right.
try to gain control of the fire elemental back to our side.
All right. Yeah. That okay. So Don, could you make that save for me?
I didn't quite catch it.
He's
What am I making it?
you're
I'm
making
trying to recharm the monster back to our side.
yeah. You're making
Yeah,
another saving throw for your fire elemental because he's trying to take it back.
What's the stat?
It's
16.
16 wisdom and yeah.
Wisdom.
Oh.
16.
Save.
Advantage on wisdom saves because of the feast.
It's your elemental that's making the save, mate. Not.
Did he not get to eat? Oh.
Did you so this will have been in the morning when you ate. Did you summon him then?
Yeah.
Oh, it would have only been here for less than an hour.
Okay.
So never
So
mind.
he fails the save, which is actually better for us because now, charmed. Like, there's no rules against this, right? Does anyone know of rules against charming a charmed creature?
I don't know. I'd try.
We're in uncharted territory.
5th edition, charm a charmed creature. Let's see if there's quickly something here. You attempt override a previous one. Here we go. Yep. When I ruled that both effects would. What is the correct ruling? Quick answer is no. Abilities or spells that impose a charm condition don't cancel previous charm conditions. They can be in effect at the same time. So it'll be... Charms are not equal. Things get complicated. To impose the charm condition, include a word. Succubus can command a humanoid affected by a... So basically it'll be whoever commands it last will be the person that it obeys. Does that make sense? So both of you control it right now.
Okay. For me.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
So
now,
your simple command right now for it is what?
to protect us.
Yeah. Okay. Well, because you are the latest person to command it, it will follow that course of direction for now.
It's just kind of walking back and forth, looking all really confused, I'm sure.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
As a... Yes.
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 Lady Vol. Uh-oh. Alrighty. So, it's her turn. Just reading stuff here. So, has everyone spread out? Is that correct?
Yes, we are all very spread out. Unless it's good for us to be clumped.
Lana is very much stealthing next to Dawn, watching for a moment of opportunity, but she's, of course, poison. Come on, Dagger. Come on, get coated. Oh my gosh.
All
Police
right.
is probably line of sight of them, not that we'd actually be able to see each other.
But
because
you
you
didn't
buried
take an
yourself.
action, so...
Huh?
You didn't take an action though.
Yeah, you can't-
Or you haven't done
No,
anything
I'm just
aggressive.
saying. I'm just saying that she'd probably be within line of sight if she were visible.
Right.
Is what I'm saying.
Right.
So like, she's not so far flung that when she reveals herself, we'd be able to see each other.
So she will breathe in, and the fog will curl up into her mouth, and effectively be gone for her action. So she can now see. And then, second here, while I. And then she will do this. It's a 45-foot cone. Unless you think you're outside of the 45-foot cone, I need you to make a con save. If you believe that you are, she's obviously facing the general direction that we came from. If you went around the other side, I think Felice is probably out of it at this point because she specifically said that she was off to the side.
I guess. Would she be targeting it at like the cone towards Dawn or towards Bastion?
Yeah, it would be towards them, yes.
Okay.
So that was an either-or question.
Most of you are in it. I think Felice...
Alright, so even though Bastion said he went to the side, he's still caught in the cone because it's that wide.
No, if you specifically said you to the side, so I'm not going to remember everything. So if that's the case, then you're not in it.
Okay, thanks.
I'm just going to trust that because I'm not.
It's a very wide cone. That's all.
45 is pretty wide. What do you think? You tell me. Like cones still have to obey a cone rule. So I think you probably would be far enough, like, because the cone comes out from a point to that wide. So I think if it was that wide to start off with, you'd be caught. But because it doesn't start off that wide, I think you're okay. That's how I would rule it.
All right, let's just go with that ruling and keep going.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
Is that a spell
No.
ability?
It is basically like a dragon breath.
Okay, so I can't spell that.
You cannot dispel it. No.
Okay. Oh yeah.
So obviously Dawn is saved. Lana hasn't. So I only need one from Sierra, who has not.
It's actually 19
19 because of your thing. Yep.
because of that.
It's a 20 saving throw though.
Okay.
78 necrotic damage on a failed saves. Half as much to Dawn, so half of 78 is 39. And those that saved will have their hit point maximum reduced by 39 because it's half of the damage that you took.
Wait, hang on. The hit point maximum is being reduced or damage is taken?
So you took 78 damage and your hit point maximum was reduced by 39.
Oh my god. Yeah, you guys hear a freaking shriek come from Lana. The freaking 8 point. Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry. She yeah.
Oh god. 66. Ouch.
That's her action though.
Yeah, that's going to drop Sarah.
Is it? She's only got 63. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's only got-
Yeah.
At least the reduction doesn't kill her flat out. She's just unconscious at this point on 0.
18 didn't save either? Jeez Louise.
Yeah, he got a 19. It was a DC 20. Brutal. So brutal, they couldn't show it on the news. Alright, so yeah, Sierra just falls to the ground at this point. Lana nearly falls to the ground. You were saved by Bastion's aid, right? Basically? Yeah. Wow.
Pretty much, yeah. If she didn't have that additional health, her 75 would have, she would be like hanging on by a thread.
Alright.
She has a slightly thicker piece of rope that she's hanging on to right now.
Alright. Well, apologies. Lady Vol apparently can do lots of damage with her death breath. It's literally called that, death breath. Okay, when she breathes out, the mist reappears, by the way. And I need everyone to make me that saving throw against the mist again, which was... Let me get that back up here. It was a freezing fog. It is a Constitution saving throw, DC 10.
That was my concentration check, by the way.
Okay, sure. You're fine. Yeah, okay. So 19, and you took 39 damage. I think that means you're just okay, right?
Yeah, that is.
Wow. So everyone saved against the cold damage. So I still have to roll, and everyone will take half, and Don will take
Does
half
a 6
again.
save?
What's this?
Does
A 6.
save?
No. No. So, Lana, you're taking 14 cold damage, everyone else is taking 7.
Excellent. She'll catch you guys all on the flip side.
As cold air foils your plans. Don, you're up.
How much damage was that from the cold air just now?
It was 14 if on a failed save, or 7. So for you, it will be 3 because it gets halved minus 1. 3.
Woo! All right. Don's gonna drop concentration on Ghost Pepper, so he'll fizzle and resolve back to the elemental plane where he came from.
Oh. Okay. He is in the GM layer now. Bye-bye.
One more wall of fire. Actually, I'm gonna cast this as a... No, that'll be fine. Another wall of fire. This one's gonna be a circle as well. I'm gonna position it this time though, so that the wall touches Lady Vol, Savalis, and the Mind Flayer, so they'll take immediate damage.
They will all have their deck saves. Yep. That's fine. Let's see. So, the first one is Savalis. His deck save. He fails. Lady Vol... yeah, he fails even on advantage. Lady Vol... fails even on advantage, and the Mind Flayer that I have to find again gets a +1, but with advantage. D20 +1. Roll D20 +1. So with advantage also fails. They all fail. Which means they all take 24 fire damage. None of them have resistance to this. 24, 24, and 24. All right, they all take it.
All right, and then actually I'm going to describe that. So, Dawn ceases his focus on keeping Ghost on this plane of existence, makes a gesture and yells out a word of flame, and raises the staff. And with that, a large fiery worm bursts out of Ghost's chest, even as he disintegrates, spraying sparks and flames everywhere, and winds itself back around, colliding with all three of our foes as it is doing so, radiating heat inward continuously.
Awesome. I love the descriptions. Could you narrate for us a glimpse of the ongoing battles outside of ours as the war around us continues to rage?
Yeah. Before that, I have a bonus action. I'm gonna use to heal Lana a bit.
All right.
Healing word for what levels I should cast this as?
So you've cast Wall of Fire, though.
And cast it as this is a bonus action spell. I'm casting Healing Word.
But it's still a spell, right? Still a level 1 spell. So you can't cast two spells in a turn. You can cast a spell and a cantrip, but not two spells.
I can back up what the DM is saying. I've heard the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's absolutely correct.
I apologize.
It's alright. It's dumb on the part of wizards. So, the battle at large. So you remember that some of that vegetation I mentioned, Don sneaking through on his way to the center of the battlefield?
Yes.
Well, some of it, seeing the fight in the middle, not the vegetation, a group of, let's see, Yuan T sees us and that huge pillar of flame I've summoned up in the middle of the fight twice, and turns to join the fray against us. Some of the trees rustle suspiciously as they do so, and then branches start reaching down and snapping and cracking and crunching of bones as they and then rapidly start moving about in odd ways. And if you look closer, you could see what almost appears to be bark shaped like pouches and scimitars. Somebody well versed in Woodland's lore may at this point even realize that those aren't trees at all, but in fact druids that have shape formed into plants.
I love it. Awesome and very succinct. Thank you for that. So we're moving on now to Lana as she is unconscious. Unfortunately, because Don was not able to cast two spells in a turn. Lana, make me a death save. Did you roll a 5? Ugh.
We are off to an excellent start. This is great. So, yeah, she continues to lie there, her screams of agony having faded, but to be replaced by the sounds of horns, and over the crest of the eastern side of the crater are now many hundreds of raptor riders as they start to come over the crest and descend upon the scene. They are cavalry, and so the thoughts with them is that their tactics is they're going to try and isolate sections, like as though they're hurting some of the enemies, like to take care of them. And so that's what is happening.
Cool. That's very cool. I love it. Thank you. And we're up to Bastion now. Bastion, you are able to just barely see both Lana and Sierra on the ground through the thick fog. You heard their screams as they fell to the ground and then silence. It is your turn. How do you wish to act?
All right. And are we narrating what Bastion's doing right now, or are
You
we narrating
yes.
the?
So Bastion's first. So every time we do an enemy, it's after our. It's on the end of our turn, on the coattails of our turn.
All right. Well, my question for you is: can Call Lightning be maximized? And what is the effects of doing that?
Maximized is what is maximized? Sorry, is that your channel divinity that does that? What?
Yes. Let me post that.
Yep. Let's have a look at it.
Starting at second level, you can use your channel divinity to wield the power of the storm with unchecked ferocity. When you roll lightning or thunder damage, you can use your channel divinity to deal maximum damage instead of rolling.
I mean, if you're rolling damage, yes.
All right, sweet. And I assume it only works for the first strike, not subsequent strikes.
So what spell are you trying to cast?
Call lightning.
Call lightning. All right. Spell fails.
I'd assume it's first strike.
It's
that
the
you
first
have to-
strike. Yeah. Yeah, because it's when you roll damage. So each time you roll damage, you would have to do it again. Yeah.
All right.
It's up to you. I feel like
No, it's not that. I'm totally fine with casting it. I'd love to cast it, but Lana's on the ground. But then there's that killer fog where even if Lana gets on her feet, she's probably gonna go right back down again.
yeah, there's a few things in play. You don't yet know that there's different effects that the environment can do. So yeah, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. So, what do you want to do?
Well, Bastion will give it a try. He knows it's a waste of time, but it's also the right thing to do. So he'll try following the deity's advice, and he will cast Healing Word on Lana,
All right.
Thank
healing
you.
her for 7 hit points.
All right.
And then he'll turn and spit out a curse at Lady Vol,
All right.
and we'll cast Sacred Flame.
It's a cantrip. You can do that. Sacred Flame. It's a dex save. Okay. She just barely avoids it with an exact 17 on the die, or not on the die, on the save. All right. And real quick, a snapshot of the ongoing battle from you.
So there is a loud horn that cuts through the battle's chaos. And it's not just one, but a series of horns. At the edge of a battle, a battalion of dwarfs arrive. They're dressed in furs and cloths. Their chests are bare. They have large buckles and shoulder guards. Some even wear capes of bearskin. And they march into formation. A shout goes out where half the troops step forward and kneel down and begin shifting and changing into bears. And once the change is finished, the dwarfs next to them will climb on top, and the bear cavalry will ride on into battle,
Love it.
hooting and hollering.
Cool. Awesome, thank you. And Felice, you've seen Sierra fall to the ground. I'm gonna say that she's kind of near you, but not. You'd have to move over to her, just where she was. You see that Lana is on the ground, but she's conscious right now, as she's just been healed by Bastion. It is your turn. How do you wish to use it?
Yep. Felice is absolutely gonna head for Sierra and cast Cure Wounds. Let's. Wow, we really need everybody.
Yeah.
I want to do this at a higher level. Where's that?
I think it'll just generate. It should just generate when you cast it as a level.
Okay.
Yeah. And just tell me which level you're casting it at, basically.
So let's do this at 3rd level.
All right, go ahead. So it's going to be 4, 5, 11 plus your spellcasting modifier, which I believe is 2. So 13, I think. Be either 13 or 14.
My spellcasting is
Wisdom.
So there's nothing to add there.
So we're just at 11. 4,
Yeah.
5, 11. Yep. So 11 hit points to you, Sierra. From that is an action to do. Anything else on your turn?
I will go ahead and use my bonus action to cast Ensnaring Strike in preparation for what's next.
Ensnaring Strike, is that a spell?
That's a spell, and and
Cannot cast another spell this turn. You can cast a cantrip, but cannot cast another spell.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Then no, I'll just kind of crouch there with her and get ready to move on my next turn.
All right. The Mind Flayer. Oh, sorry. Yes. Snapshot of the battle for you.
Yeah. So to the north, we see a line of Eladrin with the Fey King following.
Ooh.
And you see them simultaneously cast a spell as a group, and this huge wall of thorns springs up in the battlefield, ensnaring some and just wreaking general havoc amongst the enemies.
Cool. Yeah, this wall of thorns starts spreading through the battlefield. Thank you. And it is the Mind Flayer's turn. Is anyone like in melee at this point? Don't think so.
I believe that wall of fire has kept us from getting into melee.
Alright, so we've still got the wall of fire.
Yeah.
So the Mind Flayer needs to make a save now, right, Don? Because no matter what, he's either gonna move or he's not gonna move. If he moves, he's gonna move through the fire.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah.
Here, I'll do the spell.
Alright. So either way, he fails. Takes, is that 27 fire damage?
Yep, the low end too.
Alright. He's looking bloodied.
He's the one that cast that dominate monster, right? Does that have concentration?
Well, you've sent Ghost Pepper away,
Right.
so.
Right, never mind. That doesn't matter.
He is going to Mind Blast. It's a 60-foot cone. Each creature in the area needs an intelligence save.
He is also still on fire, so another 8 damage.
Sure. He takes that. So
Yeah, I'm gonna counterspell that.
you're gonna counter. That's it's another special ability.
Yarg.
Yarr! I am sorry. He does not really have spells except for when he did the. Yeah, it's just one of his special abilities. So 60
You
foot.
said an int save?
It is an int save. Yeah. Again, I think Bastion and. Oh no, Felice moved in. So Felice, you're subject to this now. So the only person outside is Bastion, I think.
All right, Sebastian's not affected.
I think so. And everyone else is an intelligence save. Sierra, 4. You don't have advantage on that, do you, Sierra? Chris, 11. The DC here is 18.
20 for Lana.
Alright. Alright, I need to roll. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so this is psychic damage. The only person that saved was Lana. No, because you got a 6. What did you get? 20? Yeah.
I got a 20.
Yeah, so you save. Or take. On a successful save, you take nothing from this.
Hell yes! Hell yes!
The rest of you take 40 damage and are stunned. Which will down Sierra again. Woo. Oh god, Sierra, you were just not made for battle.
No, that kills Sarah.
You can't. What? Because her maximum hit points.
Max HP.
Yeah, my
Oh, that reduced.
the max HP went down to 29.
So she takes 11 to 0, and then 29 is exact lethal?
Yeah.
That's brutal! God.
Oh my god.
Okay, so Sierra meets her grisly doom as the Mind Flayer. And this is the skin of that, alright? Because, I mean, it's a Mind Flayer, right? So what happens is this psychic energy just emanates from it. And as Sierra gets caught up in this, she rises up into the air and tentacles spray out of her body. And that all erupts in a searing white hot flame. And standing now before you or flying now before you where Sierra was is a white phoenix. Alright. And I will deal with that as it comes. Apologies to our first death. That is the Mind Flayer's turn. Savalis. For your turns from now on, Corey, effectively, we're going to have to now go into it'll be narrating the White Phoenix. and you can do all sorts of stuff. But we'll get to that when it gets to your turn. Savelis' turn here. Savelis. You can't do that. He will march up to Bastion, I think. How far did Bastion move away from melee? Or how close is he to melee?
So he was circling around the ring of fire.
Okay.
So
I'd
if
have to
I'm
move
drawing-
through the ring.
So not through the ring. Like, say there's the ring. Here is Dawn. I believe Bastion would be around here.
But I still cannot see, can I, where I am?
So I'm underneath Bastion's token is where I drew the little thing.
Yeah, got it. Well, either way, I'm going to have to make a save for the Wall of Fire. So Savelis. So we'll do that first. Oh, he saves. But he takes half, right? So 27 or 26 is 13. Mm-hmm. 13. So he takes that damage. He will come out. He will see you. He will move up to you. And he will attack with his Rotting Fist.
Alright, as he comes into Bastion's range, he takes damage from the Spirit Guardians.
Yep. How much?
And his movement is halved.
Sure.
And you said he took the damage from the wall of fire as well.
Yes, he did. He
Do you
needs...
need me to do another roll for that, or are you just using the last one?
If it's alright with you, I'll just use that for this round.
Yeah, this round's fine.
And then we'll roll again next round if it's still up. Wisdom save.
Wisdom save or 18 radiant damage. Looks like he passed, so it should be half
Halved
damage,
to
so
9.
9 damage.
Alright.
And then it is important to note how far he traveled from the Circle of Flame to Bastion.
It is important. I'm
Yes.
going to say it was, let's see, 30 feet? 30 feet.
Okay.
Maybe even more, maybe 40 feet. 30 to 40 feet.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
He gets a 24 on his attack
That is a hit.
for 26 damage, which some of that is bludgeoning and some of it is necrotic. Necrotic? Yes, necrotic. So it was 6, so that's 10 bludgeoning, magical, and 2, 4, 5, 10, 11 necrotic.
You said that was 26 damage. If that was 10 bludgeoning and 11 necrotic, where's the other
15 bludgeoning because of the bonus.
15 bludgeoning?
Yep.
Okay.
Math is hard. So I need you to make a con save as well, please, when he hits you.
Okay. I believe I need to make 2 of them. I'll do the first one for my concentration and the second one for the whatever effects you're having me roll.
All right.
So 22. It looks like my concentration fails for the spirit guardians.
Okay, so your spirit guardians stop spirit guarding, and you are fine for your con save. Now, what you feel as he hits you, you notice that his claws scrape into your armor, and you can sense something's not right, but you resist it, and there's no ill effects because you saved. But you get the picture that when he hits with his fist, that something's happening, and it's not a disease or anything like that. You're not sure what it is, but something was definitely going to affect you if you did not save. Even as a Warforged. You felt it. It was almost like your metal, the nature of your metal kind of changed, or was going to, but you managed to stave it off. That's how it feels. That is his. So let's see. Makes one attack. Yep. So that is his turn. So for you, Corey. Effectively, this now for you will be a narration for the Phoenix and a narration for the ongoing battle, because there are no actions. So your Phoenix just joins the rest of the battle, I guess. Can't... But I will let you affect things a little bit more than other people, because effectively I've taken you out of the battle because of your death. Now, Bastian, you can't resurrect someone on the spot here today. Like, you need time for a resurrection spell, do you?
The body was turned to ash, so unless I have true resurrection, it's impossible for me to bring them back.
Okay. I mean, it's unfortunate because it's fortunate and unfortunate because of the nature of the White Phoenix and...
Simply put, the White Phoenix is a dick to its followers.
Right.
Once you're dead, you're dead.
Yep, so... Yeah, what do you want the White Phoenix to do, I guess?
Alright, so...
I mean, you know its nature. You know it pretty well, so...
So, the Phoenix manifests, and before all of you is a massive, massive creature. Mostly incorporeal. Almost ghost-looking. And it shrieks out in a massive tone, almost deafening everybody in the area. And it looks upon into the group of combatants inside the ring of fire. And it just stares longingly at Savalas.
Alright.
And then proceeds to go and move in front of the group.
Yep.
As to shield them.
Okay. So a couple of things. Don, can you re-roll Wall of Fire for me, because it's going to flare up at this point and do its damage again? Okay. So these guys need... so Savalas is now out of it because he moved to Bastian. The Mind Flayer is not, however, so we'll need a save. D20 plus 1. Alright, takes 22. The Mind Flayer dies. Lady Vol gets the save. She's takes half for 11. And then for this round, anyone that is shielded, who either moves to be shielded by the Phoenix, or who already is shielded by the Phoenix, i.e. within... So it's like a huge creature, and so anyone behind it has a free dodge action, in the sense that any attacks coming from beyond the Phoenix, on the other side of the Phoenix, have disadvantage against you. Any attacks on the wrong side don't have that disadvantage. It's people that are trying to attack you through the Phoenix. Does that make sense to everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The Phoenix can't guard from 360 degrees, unfortunately. So, but it'll be between Lady Vol and the party. Okay. So that is that. As far as the ongoing battle, give us a snapshot of that real quick. Corey?
Yeah. So again, we don't know where Zara is. We don't know at all. But I believe
you can pull her in.
Where she is. Yeah. Where she is, she gets an unimaginable feeling. And she now feels, once that her son had passed, but now she feels that her daughter as well has.
Yeah.
And she knows that it was her ex-husband.
Somehow,
and,
right? Okay.
Yeah. And
Mother's intuition.
yeah. And because we don't have any stat block for that, she casts a spell of some sort and teleports herself to the battlefield.
Sounds good to me. She appears. That means trouble for Savalis. Lady Vol has her actions now. So, let's see here. What have I got? So she's still in the fire. So I will roll that. That's a better roll. Much better roll. Magic resistance or not? Yes, she does. Okay, she takes 16. Right, she comes through the fire. And who is she going to go for? I feel like she's going to go after Don. Where is Don at this point?
Hidden.
Hidden? How well? Did you like?
No, not really. He's about where he was when he started.
All right, she will take off, fly over to you. She will then make 3 attacks: one with a bite, one with a claw, and one with a tail. Whoops. Weapons. 23, 30, and 32 to hit.
Yep.
Alright, well, all of that damage, 22, 22, and 22.
Alright, half damage from the cold, but I may be down regardless. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. I think this is how it works. Since I'm a half-orc, I have my racial skill that instead of dropping,
Yep.
I can instead drop to 1
To 1?
HP.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll just do that after all of this.
Okay. Right, so she attacks you these 3 times. I need you to make a con save for me as well, please. 19. Do you have an unlisted bonus to that? Probably not.
Probably not.
Alright, so what happens is she attacks you these 3 times. Your half-orc blood saves you from falling unconscious, and you, like, I guess you feel the bite coming down on your shoulder. Doesn't really impact you too much. You feel her whipping her tail around, striking you with it. That doesn't really affect you much. And then you feel her claw just slashing across your chest, and it paralyzes you. That is the end of her turn, and it is back to the environment. This turn, the cold fog dissipates into the ground, and no other effects happen. Don, it is your turn. You are paralyzed
And stunned.
and stunned. You can't effectively do anything
Yeah, and the wall of fire's gone because I lost my
because you lost your concentration.
Just to interrupt, Felice said that she needed a break at the end of the round.
Okay.
We reached that point.
Sure, we will stop here for a minute. Feel free, everyone, to take a short break, recharge yourself, stretch your legs, and we'll be back in a minute. I'll put the stream back on to be right back. And yeah, we'll be right back, everybody, in a short while. Alright, welcome back everybody to Return to Eberron, Cult of the Godseed, and to your doom! Ha ha ha. We are back in battle. Don was unable to do anything as he is currently paralyzed, and it is Lana's turn. Lana.
Yeah. So the flaming jigger stuff is down.
Right.
So we can see all three of them beautifully clear. Except Lana doesn't really want to go like right up to one of those beings by herself. She is actually like half out of her mind, and like she was already afraid going into this, but she is in like a flight mode versus fight. And
Can I throw out a reminder there that the hero's feast we had earlier has bolstered your morale, that you can't feel fear, or not that you can't feel fear, but the effects are negated, and that you have a companion.
She does have that iron thing. She's not 100% convinced if she goes up there with that iron thing by herself that she will survive a hit. They are revealed. They need to get stabbed so bad. How far away are they from us technically?
Like Lana stayed at a little bit of a distance. So,
Yeah.
Lady Vol, I would say that you could move to Lady Vol. That's fine by me. Like, so within 30 feet, I suppose. Currently, Savelis is engaged with Bastion. And Lady Vol is sort of by herself, kind of still at the altar.
Yeah, the issue is if Lana goes up there, she's able to pretty much drop her. Just going right up to her is not going to be the best idea. But with Bastion engaged with Savelis, she will definitely take that for the better option to make her way over there and stabby stab.
Sorry, Lady Vol went over to Don. So they're like at opposite. Don's on one side and Bastion's on the other. So they're split up at the moment. Sorry.
Lady Vol it is then. Oh goodness, come up. I need. There we go.
So you may do that. I will tell you though that I think, so Lana both is a bit intimidated with this whole battle going on, right? Also, Lady Vol is a half-dragon lich who apparently has a tail and wings and an ancient being. Savelis, on the other hand, he's an elf. I don't want to change what you want to do, but I feel like maybe, and it's totally up to you, I feel like maybe he might seem like an easier target. But it's up to you what you do with that. I'm not trying to make you go that way. I just, yeah, whatever you think for Lana, but I'm just putting it out there.
How does Don look again? Is he looking pretty hurt? I can't remember.
Very.
Description wise, very.
Yeah. Bastion's looking very healthy. Everyone else.
Yeah. Friend in need is a friend indeed. Please, Iron Person, help distract and all that jazz. Actually, it was not discussed. To summon her Iron Guardian. What length of time is that? Like, is that an action, a bonus action?
It is an action, yes. So, yeah.
We're going in for a stabby stab. Excellent. Does 15 hit the freaking dragon?
Lady Vol,
Yeah, 15 to hit.
15 to hit.
Excellent.
She has an armor
Yeah.
class of 19. No.
And Lana goes up and immediately decides this is a shit. Nope. Nope. And yeah, she is definitely rethinking life.
Huh. Yeah, okay. And what would you like to state as far as the ongoing battle around you?
The Dino Riders are having a heyday as they are wrangling up some of the members, like trying to isolate them, circling them. They are throwing spears at the ones that they have able to isolate. Certainly, it's not a perfect thing because they still have multiple enemies on the outside trying to aid at the ones that they've um, blocked from them. And so, but they, like the dinos that are attacking, they are very much in full on claws and teeth and just ripping to shreds the enemies that they can get their claws and teeth on.
All right. Bastion, it's your turn.
All right, just confirm, where is Lana in relation to Bastion right now?
She's over with Lady
Lana's
Vol
being
and Dawn, who's like on the other
All right, so she
side.
attacked the Evol, correct?
Yeah, she did. She didn't succeed, but she attacked.
By the way, remind me, what does aid do? I might be mixing it with bless. Aid just gives extra health.
Health, yes.
Just
Okay.
increases your maximum hit points.
All right. Just wanted to double check on that.
All right, so Bastion will raise his hammer into the air and he will say, Stone Hammer, take advantage of the distraction that Lana has given us. There, strike now. And he will rip lightning from the sky as he casts maximized level 5 Call Lightning on Lady Vol, just barely outside the range of hitting Lana.
Okay. Go ahead. Maximized Call Lightning.
So that was
Whoa.
not maximized. Let me re-roll that.
Yeah, because it would be...
Damage.
Okay. Let's see what happens with her dex save.
She was also blasted back 10 feet away from Bastion.
Alright, well...
A nat 1 on her deck save. This is amazing.
Yep. Alright, so she will take 42 lightning damage.
60.
60 lightning
42.
damage. Alright, let's see. She has... It's lightning, right? Lightning. She
Lightning
takes half damage because she's got a resistance to it. But she still takes lots. 30. So, where is she over here? 30. Alright. Yeah, so she takes that lightning damage. Cool. Now, do you have anything else on your turn?
Bastion will monologue a bit. He will call out to his gods. Where are you? Why have you forsaken us? And that will
Cool.
be the end of Bastion's turn.
All right. Well, with your narration of the ongoing battle, do you want your gods to reply? Because the battle is ongoing, so you can choose to narrate just what enemies are doing, or what your allies, what your dwarven allies are doing, or you could reply for the gods.
I'll let you control the gods.
All right.
Um, however, the bears are being hard pressed. They've just done another swath through the battlefield, crunching those who stand in their way. But their momentum is slowed, and the Minotaurs are doing a countercharge. And there's a brief moment where the two forces meet, and just a horde crunching of bodies as horns meets bear and fur and dwarf. And that is that moment.
Lovely, thank you. And Felice.
Well, Felice is stunned. So I imagine that she never made it to her feet. She was kneeling over Sierra to heal her. And I'm sure at the time she was stunned, she probably was pretty shocked to see that Sarah went right back down.
Right.
But she can't really do much, so she's just kind of frozen there to the ground. Yeah.
At the end of your turn, stun ceases.
So meanwhile, over to the north, the Eladrin have had an impressive display of they just kind of blink out of existence and reappear in a different formation, a feet back from where they were before, in a slightly, different location. And you see them hurling fireballs now into this wall of thorns that they set up before. And it just catches and crackles. And we see the Fey King, the crowd of Eladrin kind of parts, and he steps forward and he taps his staff down on the ground, and you see kind of this whoosh of force emanate from it as the entire wall, encased in flames, just gets pushed through another line of enemies that were behind it when it was originally cast.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Thank you. Alright, we are over to Savelis, who is not looking so healthy. He is engaged with Bastion. He is going to make another Rotting Fist attack here against Bastion. So, 24 to hit, Bastion.
Yep, that's a hit.
With 31 damage. And I need you please to make me another con save.
11.
Alright, this time, you feel your metal clockwork core start to freeze up. The very nature of the metal and the magic that animates you and keeps you going seems to twist and change, and you feel your body succumbing to a curse. While cursed in such a manner, you cannot regain hit points. Your wounds refuse to heal themselves, no matter what form of magic is used to regain them. And your hit point maximum is reduced by 5. So you'll take that in damage, and your hit point maximum is reduced as well. You can't regain hit points until the curse is gone. Yeah, that is that effect. That is the end of his turn. And it is Corey. It is your turn. What happens?
Okay, so I guess I have kind of two things here. The White Phoenix, seeing that Zara Phoenix has appeared onto the battlefield, kind of looks down at it, and just, if a Phoenix could nod, just nods at her. And when you see Zara's face, you can see that she is in that state where you're so angry that you just have no emotion at all.
Right.
And the Phoenix will in turn again continue its place of trying to guard the group
Sure.
as well as it can. But Zara looks at her ex-husband. Why? Why would you kill the only thing that mattered to either of the two of us for so many years, Savella? Why? And she's directly talking to him.
Okay. So... What was it that actually killed Sierra, by the way?
It was the Mind Flayer,
Mind
Mind
Flayer?
Blast,
Right.
which he created.
Yeah. He says... He says, I could not find her. I have found another. And looks at Lady Val.
Wonderful. And where Zara has gone has been to the Cerberus Assembly. Is that what that school was called?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. That's where she's been. Is
Okay.
that okay that I narrate that?
Sure.
Okay. She was very close to the end of any training that any wizard ever needs in their whole life.
Right.
And now has become a 9th level.
Sure.
She looks at Savalis and says, then if you can kill, so can I. And casts Power Word Kill.
All right. Very good.
If she has less than 100 hit points, she dies.
Yes, indeed. He dies. Let's just double check that he doesn't have any shenanigans. I'm pretty sure he does not.
No, I cast that on Lady Vol.
On Lady Vol.
Yeah.
She absolutely does not die.
Well, okay. Then no, I'll kill him. Sorry.
Oh, you tell me who you're targeting. She doesn't. Zara does not know how many hit points these people have.
No, she's so angry at him. You're correct. She would cast that on him.
Okay.
And she kills.
Yep. It's not. Yep, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. 0-0.
And she looks to the rest of the group and goes, "Kill her."
Yeah, no kidding.
Soren. Soren, you know when we said we'd kill you last? I lied.
So it's Lady Vol's turn. All right, and she lifts up her hands, and her wings lift up with her hands. She says, "And so the sacrifices have been made." She utters a simple word, and time stops for the rest of you.
Is this a spell?
It is.
Finally. Can I try to counter that?
You
somehow?
may try.
It's a reaction.
Yes, you
I mean,
may.
we don't have any
try.
idea what any of her stuff is, but you know what I mean.
So you may try, but it's very difficult. So go for it.
Right. So I'll just roll a d20 plus whatever.
Counter spell, yeah. Let me. It is counter spell, right?
Yeah. Strongest thing that you can cast to counter something else. Nothing stronger.
Okay. So the DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. Except she's a bit ridiculous. She's gonna increase the DC of that. So go for it. The jerk is dead. Alright. So make the check.
I'll just roll a d20.
Yep.
See what happens. 14.
Okay.
So I don't know what
Yeah.
else Zara would have to put on top of that or whatever, but I'm sure it's not enough.
It is not enough.
Yeah. She tries.
Yeah. No, that's cool. So yeah. Time will stop. She will lift her hands, and her tail will come around. The Destiny arms will lift off the ground, out of your packs or hands, wherever they were, into the air. She will bring them together, and she will open the portal, and a figure steps out as the portal opens. And an avatar of the Devourer enters into Corvair. Here he is. Nice looking guy.
I give him a bar of soap.
He comes through the portal, and then the Androgyni burrows up from underground, opens her mouth, and devours the portal, preventing any other Kori from entering into Corvair. The portal is gone, and an avatar of a god has appeared. I have to roll initiative for him. And put him onto this layer. and grab his character sheet and press the button. Okay. And I will sort this again. Okay. That is her turn. Is could you mute yourself for Corey, please? Thank you. I don't know for what reason, but I just always get my own voice coming
It
back.
happens really it happens really sporadically for me. I don't.
Yeah. All right. Well, we fixed it for the moment. Thank you. Okay. So the portal's gone. That happens. We now have an avatar of the Devourer standing there above us. So what you notice, whoever's still alive and awake, so you notice that she has, the Lady Vol has a crown on her head. When the Devourer appears, he does not have a crown on his head. However, you notice that a crown is emerging from the blood in the well beneath the what was the portal. He is now in the well, and the crown is emerging from it, kind of like Excalibur from the waters did, but with no hand attached. Don, it is your turn. What does this say for the paralyze?
Yep.
So, unbeknownst to you, Don, something has changed. Savelis is gone, and with him gone, you have advantage on that check, which means you pass the paralyze.
Oh, nice.
As his life essence has been drained away as he is dead, and the effects of his abilities fade away. So yes, you save on your paralyze. However, that's pretty much your turn. I think you can only do it at the end. Let me double check.
Paralyze was from Lady Vol, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah, she got me with her claw attack thing.
In that case, never mind. I thought it was him. In that case, you're still paralyzed. However, we've got some other things going on in this round. So, in your paralyzed state, Don, you can still hear and see and everything, I imagine. Despite the fact you cannot act. So what you see is that, in fact, make me a perception check. I don't want to break things. In fact, everyone can make me a perception check, please.
Would you repeat that, please? You broke up.
Could everybody make me a perception check, please?
Perception. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Working on it. Is this site based?
Yes. Yes. Wow. Everyone's rolling very low.
We all have advantage on this
I'm
too,
still
by the way.
stunned.
You
so
do
it
have
makes
advantage, yes.
Oh, that would have saved me
I don't
some
have anybody
time.
to.
Is it on saves or checks?
Oh, you're right. Never mind. It's just wisdom saves.
Just one wisdom saves. However, Bastion does have advantage with his Eyes of the Eagle.
Ooh. Alright, you're the only one that's going to see this, Bastian. So unfortunately, Don's action is kind of lost in paralysis. But for you, Bastian, and you can sort of say something out of turn for free. For you, you see the color of the pool of blood all of a sudden seems weird. It doesn't seem exactly the color of blood. And the more you're looking at it, the stranger it seems. You will have to get closer to figure it out. But something inside of you says that that's important. And in fact, you hear a clang of ale mugs, like someone cheering someone else, and the splash of ale. And you hear one of the voices that you heard in the last session say, "You better check on that, son." And says, "And in answer to your question, we're not far away." Unfortunately for Don, his turn goes in paralysis, and it's the Avatar's turn. Don, actually, or rather Stephen, what's happening around the battle at this point as the portal is gone, the Avatar of the Destroyer has appeared? What else is going on? Who else is joining?
The part of the clouds of the storm break for a moment, and the Hyacinthia, if I'm saying that correctly, flies in through the opening, dropping a broadside on a contingent of drow that was trying to flank the north side of the arrayed forces of good.
Okay, so we've got Hyacinth's got a flying ship.
Yeah, it's the airship we rode here on.
Sweet. Alright, so that's happening. The Avatar will bend down and pick up the crown that is emerging from the blood. And he puts it on his head as a bonus action, or as an interaction, even. And he says to Lady Vol, "And so it is, we may now join, or be joined, so long as you keep your word." She defers her head to him, which you find a little bit disturbing. And who have we got? Who's the closest to the portal? Probably Bastian? I think.
Sure, let's go with that.
this thing is huge, like really big. He's about 50 feet tall. And even though that picture shows a weapon, it's like his whole arm is just that. It's just the blade. And his arm sort of comes back. And he's not going to get all the way to you, but he gets within 20 feet of you. And then he just punches his arm through the air. And as he punches his arm through the air, you see that his arm just disconnects from the socket, and you see a fiery snake that sort of is keeping his arm connected to his body. And as he throws his arm out, it sort of twirls around the rest of his arm, wreathing it on fire as he connects with you at a 20-foot distance, but still for him in melee. And I have to roll an attack here to succeed, but we'll see. So he has 2 fist attacks. One with a 24 to hit and one not hitting with a 20. Instead of being bludgeoning damage, this is going to be fire damage. And in addition to the damage that you see there, he does another 9 points. So it's a total of 40 fire damage to you. I thought you were at a 22, Bastian.
Yes, but this hammer is two-handed.
Oh.
I can't use my shield.
So he hits you with the second attack? Ow. 1 second, let me double check that this is right. So if he uses... No, that's going to be... No, he can't do both of those things. So he hits you once. It's going to be... What did I say? 30. So it's going to be 40 fire damage. And he has used... Let's see. What does it say here? 2 divinity points for that. So I have to remove 2 divinity points from him. And during this turn, for the rest of this round, his fists have a 20-foot reach while this round continues. That is his turn.
So he attacked twice, correct?
The second attack is a mistake on my behalf, so he's just hit you for 40 damage.
Okay, so 40 points of damage?
Fire, yes. And let me just see here. Can you make a con save for me, please? Righto. You are also stunned with that. As fire hits you and you just feel it overwhelming you, also just adding to the curse, you feel like it feels like the curse has corrupted this armor, this body that you've been in your entire life, so much so that you just can't keep yourself awake, so you're stunned, and it is Lana's turn.
There is a grinding of gears as the gear on the back of Bastion's back simply breaks off.
Oof. Alright, Lana. This is a good sign, right?
Lana doing her best not to piss herself. she's like, well, better now than never, and she will yank the little icon-majigger for the Guardian and do her summoning trick with it as she's just carefully disengaging away, just like, okay, you are going to go and keep the bigger, scarier one. Yes, that one. And she's and she's not trying to necessarily abandon Dawn either, but she's definitely just trying to position herself. Maybe go hang out a little bit near the Phoenix, because that totally looks safe. But like she'll probably move just 20 feet away,
Okay.
not her full movement. And as to what's happening on the battlefield, the pterodactyl riders who had come in, like their rocks are gone, but the pterodactyls are coming down now and swooping in, and especially as they see some of the undead attacking their other allies on the raptors, and will swoop in to snatch them up and take them up as high about 100 feet before dropping them, in hopes that they will smash into pieces on the ground.
Cool. Sounds good to me. Felice. You're muted. Hello? Felice?
If she is there, she might be like rebooting or something.
Yeah. Alright.
And she wrote she's here. So we can hear you.
Maybe leave the call and rejoin.
Disconnect, reconnect, unplug, replug, turn it off, turn it on.
Hello?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, that was weird. All right, so I didn't hear your entire reply on the stunned.
I believe the stunned is gone.
It just wears off. Okay, good. All right, so Felice stows her swords as she gets up and pulls her bow out and fires an arrow towards Lady Vol, casting Conjure Barrage, which is
Alright.
here somewhere in my list.
Yep.
There it is. Cast.
Well, that's a
Really?
1.
Holy cow! No. Okay, well.
Not much you
Well,
can do about
Salt in our wounds.
a
When we're
natural
fighting
1.
these big bad bosses and our attacks can't even get through.
Right. Yeah, so... Okay. So what happens is you shoot your arrow hoping that more, like a hail of arrows comes down in the same area. And she just catches the arrow and splits it in half and looks at you. She shakes her head. You don't hear the word that she uses because she's like talking under her breath, but you see her mouth move, and the shape that she uses, you think that she's just said a singular word, and that singular word is pitiful.
She's not wrong. Oh, okay. So Felice will start moving toward her, much to her reluctant. She doesn't really want to, but like she's got to get in there. So she starts heading in there, restowing her bow as she goes, and
Yep.
getting ready to go in with her swords.
Okay. And in the battle around you?
So in the battlefield, if we saw an aerial view of these Eladrin and the Fey King, we'd see Yuan Ti and Drow like pouring around from the sides of where the walls were trying to close in now on this group, and battle has broken out. There's and there's damage happening on both sides. You see some of the Drow and Eladrin being coated in vines while Eladrin attack them in little groups, but we also see some of the Yuan Ti and Drow taking out the Eladrin, so their numbers are starting to take a little bit of a hit now.
Cool.
Even as they kind of are able to blink out and re-change, there's still just there's too many.
Right. So, on Bastion's turn, before you act, Bastion, you hear these voices again, and you were stunned, but they say, no. That's not happening. And everyone within 60 feet, which is everyone, will heal 21 hit points as a rush of ale appears out of the ground and bubbles up to the surface and rises and splashes all of you with stinky dwarven ale, and you feel strangely refreshed with 21 points of healing. Bastion, I've used one of your 5th level spells. If you had a spell slot for it, it's used by your gods. If you didn't have a spell slot available, then that's fine. It was free.
So I can use one of my lower spell slots, but unfortunately my level 5 spell slots are used up.
Alright, so it would, I guess, use a level 4 spell slot in that case.
Okay, level 4.
Yep. But that's
And
out.
does that healing affect Bastion?
Unfortunately, the curse trumps the healing, so no.
Alright, fair enough.
That's kind of out of the god's control, but they do free you from the stunned effect. And the voices say, now get over to that pool.
And Bastion will he will follow his god's command.
Right. You draw close to the pool, and the closer that you get, the more unreal that pool looks. It doesn't look like blood to you anymore. It looks like paint. Maroon colored paint. Or scarlet. And can you make me another perception check, please?
Can make you another what?
Perception check.
And is this site-based?
Yes.
So that's with advantage then.
Woo! You see the strangest thing emerging from this pool of blood paint that's blood. It's a canvas. And you can only see the back of it, but it's definitely a canvas, and it's not covered in blood. It's emerging white. The voices say, pick it up. They're not even asking.
All right, Bastion's body moves before he registers the command. He is the will of the gods.
You pick up the painting and you turn it around. Immediately, your eyes gravitate to the corner of the painting, the bottom left corner, where there is a J written. And then your eyes take in the rest of the painting. You see a crown. It is drawn in watercolor paints. It is a golden crown, and upon the golden crown, you see a green or emerald colored gem, and it's in the center of the crown. And as you look, and as you see this gem in the painting, the gem fades away from the painting and comes into reality on Lady Vol's crown on her head. There is now an emerald-colored gem in the center of her crown upon her head.
Well, Bastion isn't the smartest one, but he does remember Emerald and Lady Vol being a lich. So let's try casting a shatter on that crown of hers, specifically that emerald gem.
Yes, and yes. This is the crazy friend of Lana, yes. All right, shatter. Go ahead. Now, it's not Lady Vol, you're targeting each creature.
You're kind of cutting in and out, Matt, every once in a while.
Okay, sorry.
Just letting you know.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna make a save. Okay. So, Lady Vol succeeds on her save. However, the object gets its own save here. It's got disadvantage because it's an object. Fails. You deal 23 thunder damage, but because it's inorganic material, has disadvantage on the saving throw. Yep. Done that. So 23 thunder damage. You see Lady Vol take a sharp, deep breath in when this damage hits. You see her racked with pain, and you see her entire figure just go gaunt for a moment before she shakes her head. You just did 230 damage to her.
The crown! The emerald crown is the key! Target the crown!
She's bloodied? But she's still alive. Savelis is dead. The undead mind flayer is dead. Corey. It's your... sorry. Yeah, it's your turn. Corey?
Yeah, I'm here. All right. All right. Who's next to Lady Vol right now?
Who's next to her? I think Dawn.
Okay.
You alright?
Yeah, I'm just... That's not... All right. Yeah, Zara... Okay, so first, the White Phoenix sees the Avatar and rushes towards it and to battle with it. Whatever.
Cool, yeah, alright.
And then Zara, hearing the construct yell that the crown is the target, she will also cast Shatter on.
Okay.
I was going to try to do something different, but I don't know.
Bastian, could you click on Shatter again for me, please? We'll just cast it under you.
Alright, what level do you want to cast as?
Well, she's a level whatever, what, 20, Matt? I don't know. You know what I mean? I just cast a 9th level spell, so with her. So you know what I mean?
Let's
I don't know,
say, let's go with
So,
level 6. Can you do that?
yeah, I can do that.
Alright, we'll do that. Alright, we'll make a con save. Oh, so both of them have to do this. Evil con. She succeeds, however, the object does not. Takes 25. Right, so this is what happens. The object shatters. And the avatar of the Devourer, out of turn, dissipates from where he is and appears right next to her. Says, "This will be mine, my lady." And he takes the 250 damage for her. However, her phylactery is gone. Not wait for turn-based combat. Damn right. He's a god. And he is bloodied with that. He saved her life, but her phylactery is gone. It is Lady Arandis Vol's turn. Furious! She is furious. Let's see what she can do. Oh man, I don't want to cause a TPK. I have to act as her though.
It's
As long as it's a deck save, I should be okay.
So,
it's a little late to pull punches, Matt. Go ahead and hit us with it.
alright, let's do it. She will use her death breath again. I need everyone to make me con saves, please.
Lana just lays down.
Yeah. Okay. Nice save, Don.
Lex.
Oh boy. This is gonna be brutal, people. Why do you allow me to do these things?
Yahtzee ones. Yahtzee ones.
Alright. So, here we go. So, 64 necrotic damage, which is 32 off your maximum health. For those that failed their save, which is everyone except for Don. What did Lana get?
So I am curious with when the 30 from maximum health is reduced. Is that after the damage is taken?
Yes.
Okay, so I think she survives this. Let's see, what's 64 minus 28?
Dawn is down.
Okay, but you didn't get your max reduced below 0, right?
That is correct. He did not.
Alright.
Bastion is just barely not killed by the outright damage.
Okay.
Yep, Lana's definitely not.
However, he falls back into the pit.
Into the paint blood.
Yep.
Felice is down.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a little confused about the max point thing.
Right, so
Because
I was double checking about it.
how much we lost? How much of our max earlier too?
alright, so earlier
But we also gained 6 on our max. Okay, I'm gonna go.
you didn't. Alright, I'll find it. 1 second here. Da. Oh man.
And it's 30. It's how much max on this one?
32.
32.
I think it was. Sorry, I'm struggling to find it now.
Sorry, my bad for not following properly earlier. I know I took
It's okay, it happens. Yeah, I don't.
Trying to remember how much damage it was in the first place. So I gained some health back, but since then, but that doesn't.
It would be around the same amount. It was around the same
Yeah.
amount.
So So my max health is only like 60 now. Okay. And then we're supposed to subtract that too, or we just subtract it from the max to determine
Correct.
how far in the hole we are.
Yeah.
So I'm minus 13, so I'm okay. I'm not outright dead, but I'm down for sure.
Right. Yeah. So we'll say that your maximum. Because did you fail the first one as well, Felice?
I'm sorry, yes, I did.
All right. So we'll say, for the purposes of, expediation, your maximum HP has been reduced by a total of 64.
Oh, okay. So that puts me at 58. Wait.
So you were 84, so you would be down to 30.
I was
maximum.
at 92.
Oh, 92. You'd be down to... Yeah, you'd be down to...
Actually, 28.
Yeah. 30. Yeah, 28. Yeah.
Yeah. Ouch. Okay, so yeah, I'm in really bad shape.
Brutal. So that's her turn. Only Bastion's still awake at this point, right? So,
No, Bastion's knocked out.
knocked out? No. Is everyone knocked out then? Looks like it, right? Yep. Okay. So the battle rages on. I guess we'll get death saves. Don? Fail. Okay, so that was a con save. Okay, so yeah. So you succeeded on your death save. Lana? And in fact, why don't we just all we'll just all roll like 3, I guess. So we'll just do this round for now. Peer out to wound closure. Auto stabilize. Ooh, I like it. So you're Bastion stable. Felice, well, Felice has saved once. Don has saved once. Lana has failed once.
What's a success on a death save? You have to roll a 20.
No, 10 is a success and 20 is get back up again.
Okay.
However, they can act now, right? Like, so how do I want this to go? All right.
Wouldn't I get a Zara?
Yes.
In between us?
Yes.
So
yeah.
what we'll do is we'll do that in order. All right. So, Don, or rather Stephen, in your round of death saving, what's going on in the battle?
Let's see here. A group of lizard folk burst up out of a trapdoor and makeshift pits they had dug into the ground before the fight, taking the druids that had been shapeshifted into trees by surprise as they had tried to circle around the decimated druid or not druid, a drow flank that had been strafed earlier, catching them by surprise with wicked daggers dripping and gleaming with poison.
Okay. On the Avatar's turn. His whole thing is destruction, death, storm. So, let me look at his actions here. You know what? What he would actually do in this situation? He would spend some divinity here to cast commune as a whole round action. I think that makes the most sense to me. Alright, you're not sure what that will do, but he knows. Lana, you're unconscious. What's happening while you are bleeding out here?
Goodness. The dinosaur riders are definitely doing their thing still. Finally, the slow-moving, slow-moving Triceratops comes making its way down the hill. The earth seems to tremble just a little bit more under its weight. It is ginormous, and there are even more help coming as the battle rages on. There are this is like a troop of not just like halflings riding either, because it's so big. We have a few giants leaning out, getting ready to jump off and storm in, and so there's still yet more aid coming.
Cool. Very good. Felice, as you are also struggling to keep yourself alive, what is happening in the larger battle?
Oh boy. The battle scene has become very thin. It does look like the Eladrin and the Fae King might be just a little ahead, but the battle just rages, and there are bodies everywhere now, and it's just there's blood everywhere, and it's looking it's looking inconclusive and
Yeah.
not so great.
Okay. Bastian, what's going on in the large battle as you are stable but still unconscious?
So, Bear is wrestling with an Oni demon. Um, and as they're straining muscles, going back and the Oni starts to get the advantage as the bear starts reverting back into its dwarven form. And just before he's crushed, he shouts, "Switch!" And his rider changes into a bear, tackles the Oni, and the fight continues.
Nice. All right, Corey. You've got Zara and whatever.
All right. Seeing all of the compatriots of her children all downed, and knowing that that avatar just did something that is going to be terrible.
Yeah.
She looks at the avatar, closes her eyes. Her hands glow in a bluish, beautiful specter, and she casts banishment onto the avatar.
All right.
I feel that way to do that.
So I apologize in advance, but
Mhm.
he basically what would banishment look like for Zara? What sort of energy would pour towards him?
It would be again, it's blue in color, very wispy, but direct. Um, and there's a faint white sparkle through all of it, as some of the ashes and so on and so forth from her daughter are caught up into it, and it starts to swirl around the creature. And whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. I mean, I have to save. It's a con save for banishment.
Charisma.
Charisma.
hmm Which is why I thought it might not be too bad. Can't imagine that creature's very charismatic. Oh my god, David.
Yeah.
We don't know what her stats are, so there's nothing to know what her save is.
Yeah,
Or
but I mean, either way, he has advantage on it. So he would be getting 30, and there's no way that she's got a DC 30. So basically, what happens is you see the blue wisp just flying towards him inexorably, and uh, he just lifts up his hand. He catches the wisp. He looks at Zara, and he crushes it with his fist. And you see this a big biz grasping hand come out of the earth and just grab onto Zara, and literally she's grabbed just as he is grabbing the wisp.
Hmm?
And the Phoenix.
Um, it'll go ahead and will you allow me to cast a mass healing word across the battlefield with it?
Yeah. I mean, that's part of its.
What status was?
Yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, go for it.
I think that Jera has that. I close that.
Yeah.
I was so sad. I just like I'm closing this and I don't look anymore.
While you're doing that, I will look up Lady Vol here. All right, everyone heals for 23.
Yeah.
Lady Vol, she taps the avatar on the shoulder, shrugs her head. He opens his palm. She puts her hand in his, takes the wisp, holds it in her hand, throws it at Zara, speaks a single word, and Zara explodes.
Absolutely.
She then that's her action. We are back to Dawn. Whew. So everyone has 23 health at this point. What's the save for paralyze?
Yep.
with everything that's happened, I'm gonna say Paralyze is gone. She's, yeah, she can't do that many things at the moment. So you're not paralyzed. So let's just say that it faded during this round. It probably should have faded, technically, when her gem got shattered. I kind of forgot. I apologize, but it's definitely ended now, so you can take your turn. This will be our last round, by the way.
Okay.
So what would you like to do with your last round?
I didn't actually think I'd be doing anything, so I hadn't thought about it.
Sorry.
Is Lady Vol wearing any metal?
Is she wearing metal? That's a very good question.
Like armor?
She's got natural armor. She's still got her crown on. Oh no, the crown's shattered.
Is she part metallic dragon?
No. No. She's part green dragon. Or emerald, rather. So heat metal won't work. I don't see any metal on her.
Well, if this is the last round, I'll just cast this then.
Ooh! Alright. They both need con saves. That's a good spell. I like it.
Yeah, the higher spell slots are pretty awesome.
Sibelius is dead. Get rid of him. Avatar. Alright, they take 14. 14. And she... Where is she? Hang on, let me put him here. Sorry, she is so close to dead. You have no idea.
So, Dawn sits up, stretches forth a hand, and lets out a shout of orcish rage, and a beam of light spear out from his eyes and mouth to draw a line of radiant fury across Lady Vol and the Thing.
Yeah, they both take half damage, but it's still radiant damage. It's still good. Alright, that's that. The Avatar will spend his turn shrinking himself to a size where he will be able to be lifted by Lady Vol, being that she's got wings and he doesn't currently. Yep, that's what he will do. And he will bolster her as well, which means she can't be charmed or frightened, and she's got advantage on ability checks and saving throws until the end of his next turn. Lana?
Alright, so when she's been knocked out a few times, what's happened with the Guardian? Has he been dutiful trying to harass?
Yeah, it would follow your last command.
Cool, because I'm like, I think I still have 2 more rounds left before the effect is done. So yeah, with the Guardian still up there, hopefully just try and bother them just enough. She will make one final, just this, gotta give it all. Things are dire, and she's definitely going for a very heroic kind of just do it.
Lady Vol or the Avatar of the Destroyer?
Lady Vol.
You hit.
Sweet. Alright, that's 10 points piercing plus. Where are you?
Oh man.
Additional
Oh man.
20 with the 30 pokey stabs, and she will retreat 10.
All right. Yet again, he pushes you out of the way and takes the full lot of damage on himself for, what's that, 31?
Just 30. If he's not immune to poison, con save DC 15.
Poison. Immunities. No, he's not immune to poison. I mean, unless he rolls a natural 1, he's saved. But, I mean, well, he might roll a natural 1.
We can hope.
Nope. He's good. So again, yeah, he's thrown himself in the way. He's taken the damage himself. Because she would have died. I mean, yep.
I wish I had an extra attack feeling all the way, but...
Oh, we've still got Felice. Felice!
Well, you can do it.
Well, yeah, Felice takes a gasping breath and just like, oh no, I am not going out this way, and staggers to her feet and makes her way over there and attacks with her swords.
All right, go ahead.
Finally.
Yeah, we've waited all battle for this. Yes, and yes.
Awesome. And she has a third, so why don't I just... should I just use the regular one for the extra attack, though?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
so that one misses. In her excitement.
Very nice. Yep. So that damage being dealt, Lady Vol will take a knee. She is right on death's door, but not quite there. Bastion, anything that you do this round in melee against her has advantage because she is prone. What do you want to do?
I'm unconscious.
You're
I'm
unconscious?
not held due to the curse.
Oh, the curse. Fucking curse. Alright. Then it is...
But stable.
Yes, he is stable.
Stable.
Frickin' curse.
Floating in a thing of paint.
Yeah. Blood-colored paint. Alright, so Zara's dead, but there's still a frickin' Phoenix. The Phoenix clearly can see that Lady Vol's on her last leg, and the Phoenix has advantage, or whatever it does in melee here.
Yeah, I don't know what to do as far as that. What? Should I just swing?
Yeah, let's do... The Phoenix would have plus 12.
2 claws and a bite attack.
Yeah, one second, sorry. I should have thought about that. Give me a sec.
You said 1d20 plus 12, right?
Hang on. Let me confirm. Yes. 3 attacks. With advantage.
Okay. Let's do this.
Yes.
Yes, no, and yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Cool. All right. So, and this is what's gonna happen here. Where is this? All right. Sorry, I need to just find something here. Spellbook. No. Okay. The Phoenix screeches, attacking Lady Vol over and over and over again. Everybody, if anyone is unconscious and not stable, then you are stable. If anyone is affected by... if anyone is conscious, they gain temporary hit points. They gain 15 temporary hit points. The Avatar will protect Lady Vol a third and final time. They are both very close to death. And Lady Vol will take off. Hang on. Carrying the Avatar with her. However, she can only fly... She can only fly... So many stats. 80 feet. She flies 80 feet. So this is what's going to happen. And we're going to say that her taking off is slowed a little bit. So we're going to have a slowed down scene here. In this final bit of narration, I want us to make a decision. They're basically getting away. But I want... We're all kind of hurt. Less so now than before.
Lana has a feature in her acrobats that's called Parting Toss. It's technically supposed to be done on her turn, but she can toss a thrown finesse weapon.
Cool.
To deal damage.
Alright. I'd be okay with that. Just seeing. Right, so this is what would happen, I think. Because I mean, I wanna be realistic at the same time. So the battle around you, and this is our final closing thing. You will each get the chance, those of you who are still alive, to do a parting scene. You can talk about if your character dies here. You can talk about what your character decides to do with the rest of their lives. Again, try and keep it short. As far as what's happening in the battle, the larger battle, as Lady Vol takes off and carries the Avatar of the Destroyer with her, all of the combatants, the enemy, they look up to the sky. They see her rise. They roar with just renewed fervor, and they press in to their attackers. What seemed to be a decent situation suddenly turns. They push in, and then our allies push back. They seem to be falling in droves, but they are not dissuaded. They are renewed by seeing Lady Vol lift up into the skies and knowing that she is their salvation. Lady Vol, as she rises up into the sky, she looks down. She knows that she can't prevail here while her phylactery is gone. She will cast Plane Shift on them both and blip out of reality. The ongoing battle presses from where they are down into the bowl. Enemies and allies writhing on top of one another, weapons going here and there. Don, how does this battle end for you? And what's the end of Don's story?
Don turns on the teeming mass of underlings, yelling in his orcish home tongue. Actually, this would be a thing of note for those of you who traveled with him a while, since he's always made a point of speaking common. You actually, if you think about it, there probably isn't an instance you remember him speaking orcish. But he turns his impotent rage at the denial of our impending victory upon the minions, and flames erupt from all those within his reach, and as he recklessly pulls living fire into the area.
Ooh, okay. Does he survive this?
Yeah. Like, I was thinking about having him try to grab the bracelet of maddening haste or something and trying to do a last-minute thing against Lady Volan burning out, but I don't think he would self-sacrifice if she's not even there.
I don't know how...
Which is fine. That was just my thought process.
No, that's cool. I think the act of casting Plane Shift could be disrupted here, because Don is still connected to the fire plane, and I think that he knows that he could pierce the veil, like join them, but it's definitely his last act. And he doesn't know whether it's absolutely going to work, but he knows that this is his last chance if he's even going to have one. So I'll give you the option that you know that you can definitely pierce the planar veil, but whether it's actually going to kill her or them, you don't know that.
Yeah, Don will go for it. He's reckless.
Cool. All right, so Don... So what does this look like? Does he just turn to ash? Does he erupt in fire?
All right, so full cinematic then. Don will go into a berserker rage, seeing Lady Vol escaping. This is intolerable. He will still, as I described earlier, revert to speaking in Orcish. And while he's doing this, he'll break the amulet that he received earlier off his neck and just break it in half. Well, into pieces. It's a piece of metal, it's hard to break in half. Pretty impressive nonetheless. And flames just arc out of it like lightning, but sheets of radiating heat instead. And Don moves his arms and hands as he's casting around, redirecting the flames back in the direction that Lady Vol went, with the flame itself piercing into that area space, prying back reality a little bit. The threads of the planes, thin already from Lady Vol trying to pierce into the realm of dreams, and thinned even further by Dawn's wanton act of destruction, peeling back reality as such. And as he's doing this, this is not a safe act. The living flame burns forth and it burns back, and it bursts out and cracks of his skin as it turns black, and from his mouth and eyes turn hollow and blackened. And not merely in a like sooty black, but like burned out desiccation kind.
Wow. Awesome. It's totally awesome. Lana, what's the end of the battle for Lana, and what's in store for the rest of Lana's life?
Yeah. So Vol did with after what Dawn's done. She and Avatar did disappear, right?
Yeah. And as soon as they've disappeared, Don has basically turned into, or sent a fireball and disappeared himself as he turns into black. And seems like that fire has followed them wherever they've gone.
Cool. I feel like as in that similar kind of instance as they're flying away, I feel like the Guardian would have been true to their word and clung on as well.
Right.
In which as they start flying up, Lana will make an attempt to throw her dagger, but they will blip out before it can actually connect with them. And so, and she is just in this like, I can't believe it's like this. we failed, and she, in her moment of rage and fear of what's to come, would look like kind of reground herself in the middle of this battle scene and would just quickly start maneuvering, grab whatever dagger-like weapon she could, and do her best to fend off the continued onslaught of creatures. Trying to find safety, trying to regroup, looking for the allies that are fighting with them to work with them and have that power in numbers, and hopefully walk away alive.
All right. Very good. Felice?
Oh man. So Felice just like no, she just like enraged throws her swords to the ground and whips out her bow and arrow one more time and fires one last conjure barrage. Even as she sees Lana's dagger fly through the air, she sees her arrows just ineffectually fall to the ground. And she's just so upset at this point, but she whips around, picks up her swords, and actually follows Lana, seeing that she's the only one still up. And just fights her way into the battle to fall there. Having only 10 hit points left, she doesn't last long. And she just goes down.
Okay. This is becoming a very sad end. Bastian!
After the battle, Bastion is recovered by his clan, Clan Ursel, and he's taken back to their mountain village and lands, and there he having to understand that he failed again, that his allies were massacred and there is nothing he could do to stop it. and his punishment is not dying but lingering on.
Oh, it's brutal! Lingering on, okay. And for the White Phoenix, who is without a host right now, Corey?
Yeah. I think that the White Phoenix would take flight itself and head towards where Lady Vol and the Avatar are heading. And when they blink, it blinks as well. We don't know where it went, but the assumption would be that it has followed them to where
Alright,
to battle once more.
our closing scene is many, many miles away and many months later. Lana sits in a rocking chair and beside her is a picture, and it's drawn in watercolors, and it has a symbol of a J in the bottom left hand corner, and it's the spitting image of Rin. And as she sits and rocks, a voice comes into the room from the next room, and it says, "Mum, I know why he did it now. She's gone, isn't she? Forever." And Lana says, "She is. And he is. But the one thing I'm scared of is that evil still remains." And the voice says, "That's what I'm here for, Mum. I'll fight the evil." The camera pans out and you see Aelmir, a young girl, and a deep shadow in her eyes. "I'll deal with the evil." And that is the end of the campaign.
Thank you, Matt.
You're welcome.
Applause doesn't translate very well over Discord, so you'll just have to imagine.
Absolutely.
That's okay. Look, what I'll do real quick is I will just stop recording here because it's the end of the session. We'll have a quick chat and then you guys can go. Thanks to anyone that was watching. Hope you enjoyed the session, and we'll see what happens in the new year.